compared to developed countries, for example. Question is, why? And now we are waiting here for the Zoom. It's not so much the clicker, I believe. I think it is the Zoom connection. Why do SIDS pay more for transport? And I have 6 determinants there. And we are lucky we can make it interactive. You are awake, you have had your coffee. Why do SIDS pay more for their transport? Any thoughts? Afterwards, I let you sleep again and keep talking, but why do, the distance popped up already. Well, distance is easier because many SIDS are further away. That's the easy part. Yeah, you have to go longer distance by ship or by air. What else comes to your mind? Low volume, very much. We have the so-called diseconomies of scale. I was reading your mind. You were bringing it up at the right sequence. That's the PowerPoint. Bringing it up in the right sequence. What else? Right. I mean, okay. Yeah. I believe the problem is the Zoom, no? I think we are streaming it. This is why it is, it's not the clicker or the PowerPoint or here, it's the internet connection, I believe. Well, while we wait for this, yes, the limited options. Oh, and that's 2 ways. Like you only have air or shipping. You don't have rail or land. But also, and it's linked to the volume, there's less competition. And that has a bearing on prices. We have done quite some work how the reduced competition. Okay, there we continue. Another thing is the imbalances, which is for the provider's perspective very important. You go full one way, have to come back empty, and because most SIDS are importing more than they are exporting in volume, in the end, the importers have to pay also for the transport of the empty ship or airplane back. Fewer choices on modes we have mentioned. Competition I've mentioned. And last but not least, now it is working, transport infrastructure capacities, digitalization. You're really, really lucky. You have 2 Jans here. Actually, you have a 3rd Jan, Alex Jan. But yesterday, the last presentation was by Jan from the UPU. And he mentioned that data is king. He had this beautiful presentation. You remember there were these little red dots moving. So to have transport, to have goods moving physically, you need digitalization. So that is why data is king, and by way of introduction, I wanted to share with you this very latest data where we had the SIDS are paying $148 per ton, and that's the highest country group of all different country groups. Now, COVID. It went down, it's getting back, different air connectivity indices also affecting SIDS. And during COVID, when transport costs went up, I hope you can, you all know the acronyms, because sometimes when I present this, people ask, what does SIDS stand for? I think you know what SIDS stands for. So we calculated what higher transport costs mean for inflation, and we were spot on at a time when Paul Krugman was still saying, don't worry about inflation. We said, no, prices will go up. And we also said they will go up even more for SIDS. And we were right. And you know it. You lived it. You have seen it that prices went up even more in SIDS. And after 37 years of marriage, I'm very patient. So I keep clicking. And it is, apologies. As I say, I think it's not us here, it's the Zoom connection or the internet connection. Yes. Anticipation is also enjoyment, Vorfreude ist auch eine Freude. Now I have to remember what I was about to say about, yeah, so, okay, so the issue of the impact of COVID, right. So there we have it. Who led the IT reforms in your postal office? Was it your CEO, or was it the CTO, or was it COVID? And now it does pop up, it was of course COVID. I'm pretty sure also in UPU and in your postal, the pressure to modernize, the pressure to accept electronic payment, electronic signatures, all this surged during COVID. And now we are back, fortunately. COVID pandemic, the strong negative impacts are over. But we like to say we have to lock in the progress made during lockdown. So we want to keep the progress made. What happened? Two things happened. First, the supply chain crisis motivated further digitalization. We have and second, we have, that is, I would call it on the demand side. There's more demand for technological solutions, e-payments, pre-arrival processing, and so on. But also there's more supply, and it's coincidence, but it is really, really impressive what has happened with artificial intelligence. So if we look at these processes, the stages of digitalization, we could spend hours discussing these, a lot of interesting examples. We like to say you can go from optimization to extension to really transformation. And in transformation, it's a bit of a hobby horse of mine. I'm really impressed, and I love eating, reading books. A lot is happening with artificial intelligence. Yeah. It's not just ChatGPT. Yeah? It is really, it's changing the way we work and live. 6 years ago, somebody said that within 5 to 10 years, we will have general artificial intelligence. I really recommend thinking about this. It's not just ChatGPT, it's transformative. No? So this is something we want to work on also in trade facilitation, in transport, in ports, in posts. You see, I'm clicking. Good. So the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, the TFA, is very important for all of us. It really helped standardize solutions. I like to say technological progress will never be as slow as today. Is it slow? No, it is not slow, but it's going to be even faster. Yeah, it is fast, but it's going to be even faster. This has to do with all these exponential growth of IT possibilities. So when COVID started, we did a 10-point action plan, which could again be another hour of going through all the solutions along the supply chain. Most were digital. And one slide I like to show here, and if ever somebody from another organization, it will not be from UNCTAD, shows you a balance on his PowerPoint. It says, oh, there's a trade-off. Either we facilitate trade or we control. Please tell them that's the wrong picture. There's nothing, really nothing in the WTO TFA, in UNC-FACT, in the World Customs Organization, in UNCTAD, in ASICUDA, nothing tells you not to control. But the specific solutions, from risk management to pre-arrival processing to more transparency to single windows to collaboration among agencies, all these help achieve both better controls and facilitating trade. I think it's very important because we are just on the bus discussing about sometimes customs may or may not be collaborative, to connect, to link, and you do find individuals who use it as a pretext. I say, no, I cannot facilitate trade. I have to control. Sorry, nothing of what we are proposing tells you not to control. So that's an important message. I try to go through this quickly if the clicker allows me. 7 key areas where artificial intelligence can transform the industry, logistics, transport. First, optimization. This is actually also a small island. This is from Helgoland. Some photos from Hoffmann's Travels. So optimizing routes can help with AI. Secondly, yeah, it can hopefully make more autonomous vehicles, processes. This car almost hit me once upon a time in Guatemala. It can help forecasting, which is very important for inventory management, all this search and warehousing demand. Number 4, it's of course helping with customs, with single windows, a lot of these solutions. Number 5, it's called smart sea airports, warehouses, robotic systems. Again, all of these, we could spend hours, but really to show you the scope, the vast importance of these, how AI will transform our work. Number 6, I believe, is about visibility. Yes, that's a photo of somebody with great visibility trying to connect the cables. And 7, last but not least, security. Also, of course, there are also then other threats against cybersecurity, other issues, but overall, yeah, if we do it right, it can help. And now I have an 8th one, a confession. AI can also help me and others with doing PowerPoint presentations, because all the text I just shared with you was given to me by ChatGPT. All I did was add my photos. Yeah? But I think it's true. I was discussing with colleagues that let's keep the text as it is. It's what it is. So that's about the transformative power of AI. 3rd part of the presentation, the chicken and the egg. Now we are getting closer. How do we move in this direction? So what happened during COVID? We had more demand, plus COVID, congestion, higher prices. And higher prices led to other problems in transport, and it was a negative chicken and egg, if you want. But you can also have a positive chicken and egg if you have, and that's what we want to do, especially with the SIDS. No, not a downward spiral, but we want better logistics, more trade, more development, better logistics. And some years ago, when the TFA, the WTO Trade Federation Agreement started, we looked at the different notifications, how countries advance, and did some correlation. Now, I'm fully aware that all those people who confuse correlation and causality, all these people will eventually die. Yeah? But nevertheless, I believe there is some causality here, meaning that if you modernize more, if you introduce single windows and interfaces and digitalization, you will also have better logistics performance. And one of these charts, it's a bit small print here, I actually used your beautiful UPU index. You have some indicators of postal efficiency, no? How widely spread is the postal service and so on. And there's a very high correlation between how efficient the postal offices are and how many trade facilitation measures are implemented. And I believe it goes both ways. In fact, those member countries of the WTO who were latest in ratifying and notifying, they also had very low postal indicators. It's not just correlation. If a country has not so good national communication systems, and you really need to go by car to visit the ministry and get some signature, and the postal does not work, it takes longer to ratify. So really, I was happy when I got this invitation to present here, especially because of this correlation, because postal services, and I'm not saying this just to make friends, postal services are very important for trade facilitation reforms, and trade facilitation reforms are very important for postal services. It's really the chicken and the egg, Richard Fernandez. No, that is, sorry, I was reading my notes. You know why we wait for this? I was once, you know these prompters, no, you have these prompters. So I was announcing something, it was a big crowd. I was like Obama, I felt really important on the prompter and reading the prompter. And then I think it was a prize the Solomon Islands won in the IPH. And then I said, and they won the prize and moved to the left. why move to the F was my prompter, that I was now supposed to move to the left, but I read it out. So just as I read Richard Fernandez, I'm not sure if we will get back to the slides, but I think that's the chicken and egg is an important part to promote here, preaching to the converted, but also when you go home tomorrow, like, it gives you hopefully some arguments, and the PowerPoint slides will of course be shared, Richard Fernandez. So because we have other presentation, I don't want to eat too much. What I can do just verbally then, if this doesn't work, I had 3 towards the end, like solution, things to be done. And, one is really on the policy making, and the postal services, you're normally public services, government owned, you're not only receivers of policies, but you can hopefully also influence policies. And there, coming back to the whole technology issue, if you really think how fast this is evolving, and if you take experience at the national level, at the WTO, probably also at the UPU, it sometimes takes time to come to agreements and to agree on some future convention. Like the trade station agreement at the WTO took 10 years. When the negotiations started in 2004, there were member countries who said, oh no, publishing customs duties on the internet? You want to oblige me to have a website in customs? No, that is too technologically advanced. I don't have it. Now, 20 years later, I think we all agree we do need, we want transparency. And it's especially for the smaller traders important to have access to information, because they do not have their own Chamber of Commerce's representatives in foreign countries. So that is one thing where I like to highlight. We have to think of today's, when we develop regulations, new laws, legislation, for tomorrow's technology. Technology is advancing so fast, legislation is often lagging behind. Please be courageous and advance. The second point I had, and you will get the PowerPoints, I had 3 slides with Asikuda solutions. I know many of you are interfacing with custom. As I said, we are just on the bus discussing different interfaces. So it's not in my branch, but it's in UNCTAD, in the same division. We have a number of, so let me see if I can click through quickly to some solutions. Yeah, there's the chicken and egg, but actually let us just conclude verbally, because I don't want to eat into your coffee break and the other time. So some of the, here was the last one. So some of these solutions are Asikuda, and then I will try to just do one last sales pitch, if this moves. You're all very welcome to visit my friend from Barbados, who will be there end of May at the Global Supply Chain Forum, where we will discuss all these issues which are very much interlinked with transport, with air connectivity, with maritime connectivity, with port reform, with national trade station committees, with digital solutions. All these, we expect 500, 600 people. We have 10, 15 ministers confirmed already now, but still 3 months to go. Many heads of organizations, prime ministers. So this is really the, it's my last recommendation. I'm sorry that the Zoom link was a little slow. You will have the PowerPoint, but I didn't want to delay and wait for you. So if it's okay for UPU, I will stop here and continue for the next one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jan, for the information and also for your good humor. I think we have a little bit of time. We need to set up the stage for the next panel. So maybe if there are any questions for Jan or comments. Yes, I see the DDG.
Thank you, Jan. I also enjoyed your presentation. Even the chat GPT joke was actually quite nice. My point is related to the future artificial intelligence technology and deployment, blockchain as well. How do you see from UNCTAD perspective, the future role of customs. I was learned and told that artificial intelligence will actually diminish, if not remove, the role of intermediaries. So how do you see the role of the customs in the future? Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, I think AI and in general, a lot of the digital solutions which are facilitated by AI, and it goes again, chicken and egg, goes both ways. It is true, they do put a lot of pressure on the intermediaries. And, you know, in Geneva, we also have Fiata now. They used to be in Zurich, now they are. So the freight forwarders, I must say, I really appreciate how Fiata management and the office and the leadership, how they understand it's not in their interest to stop progress. It's rather, instead of fighting over the slice in the pie that we have to pay to the intermediaries for their doing the agency work, they want to grow the pie. Yeah. And then, of course, more modern, stronger, more technologically advanced freight forwarders, customs brokers will also be in a better position, while many of the very small agents that are just knowledgeable about the complications of the paperwork, they may, how should I put it, hopefully not be so necessary anymore. No? Yeah. Thanks.
So as you're talking about AI, are there any specific AI technologies or applications that have shown promising results in improving logistics within postal supply chain?
I don't know. Sorry, it's a quick answer. I would have to ask one of my 3 sons who just finished his master's in artificial intelligence. They are much more knowledgeable than me, and probably in postal services. I think it would be an interesting thing. Maybe somebody in the group has already applied. I could say maybe, yeah, UPU has some. You have the answer to this difficult question. Thank you.
I don't have the answer, but I can point to some of our members in the consultative committee. The UPU opened up to wider postal sector players, and some are startups, technology companies who started to deploy their technologies based on artificial intelligence and machine learning in some of the aspects you already mentioned. So this is customs, this is transport security, yeah, it's product safety, yeah, it's risk management, yeah, and it is linked directly to the simplified data the UPU already harmonized globally together with UNCTAD, because UNCTAD has the umbrella, yeah, UPU has its section, yeah, there are certain regional things like the EU customs data model and also moving into electronic freight and transport information systems. So this is very, very data centric, and I couldn't agree more that those companies already listed on certain stock exchange have a certain clear prediction into the future. Yeah, that's very much driven by financial services. Yeah, but I mean, this evaluation going up into millions and billions of US dollars, even if they do not make that revenue right now, is a clear prediction. Yeah, the good news is they are all within the UPU already. Thank you.
No, thanks a lot. And I had a slide there that was trying to illustrate how much this technology is moving faster than the regulation. In the WTO trade station agreement, there's one of the measures says customs should please accept copies instead of insisting on the original. Now, if we transmit data by blockchain and AI analyzes and accesses it, what is the original, what is the copy? Yeah. So that's for me another example. And so I'm sorry, I don't have a specific case example for postal services, but I think you have pointed in the right direction. It's moving very fast, and I just think we have to jump into the cold water, start learning swimming quickly, and if we don't move, others will move for us. No? I saw there was another hand over here, but I'm sorry, I don't want to cut the moderator.
Yes, no problem. I think we have time for one last comment from our director of the PTC.
Thank you very much, Jan. Very nice question. So I'm still a little bit on the point raised by the DDG, because we have what we call the cargo let's call it the cargo, and the postal supply chain. So from a pure technology point of view, from a pure data driven point of view, we see a convergence. So is it that the postal supply chain and the data associated with it is moving over the cargo, or cargo data-related processes moving over the postal supply chain? I'm just curious to know your position on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I really enjoyed yesterday the presentation by the other Jan, which really had the little red dots of the cargo moving, and then data came in at different points. It goes, of course, a bit both ways. Sometimes goods are moved along what is possible to have the payments and the information and the declarations also move. So there is clearly a linkage from modernized processes towards moving cargo. Let me just, by way of example, we have calculated when you have a direct shipping service. I'm sorry, a lot of my examples are from maritime, but it's the same concept. If you have a direct shipping service, on average, globally, everything put together, you have 40% more trade vis-a-vis you have to transship. But there the causality also goes both ways. About 3/4 of the causality is that if there is demand, if there is more volume, the shipping service will follow. Ships have this funny characteristics, they swim and they can be repositioned. Yeah? But there's also about 1/4 of the causality goes from the service to the demand. If there is no direct shipping services, if there is no digital solution, if there is no easy online, then trade will be reluctant, will be not happen. So it goes both ways. Overall, I think we have to admit, yeah, demand is very much real. I mean, we have to eat, we have to drink, we need things. But there's also this other impact which we are highlighting here to facilitate and to have the size of the pie grow. No?
Thank you so much. Our next panel is going to be about the digital divide, and I will invite my colleague Juan to the stage. He's going to be moderating that panel. In the meantime, I just also wanted to do a little bit of housekeeping. So my colleagues are going to be circulating an evaluation form on the event. They're going to collect it around 11 a.m. So if you could kindly fill that out, it really helps us to make sure that the events that we're doing really meet your needs and expectations. So please do be honest. Thanks. Juan, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Kayla. So I think that Jan's presentation, I mean, both Jan's presentations are a perfect introduction to the topic of this panel today, because at the end they were both stressing the importance of digitalization. They were both saying that data is king. But of course, in order to be able to digitalize and to let's say digitally transform, the underlying digital infrastructure is a requirement. So this panel is actually addressing that issue, and then I will kindly invite the panelists to join me on stage. Anywhere. I guess I would take that seat, and you can sit anywhere. I would take. You can sit wherever. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. You have the mic there. Okay. Thank you so much. Maybe we can start with a very brief round of introductions. Most of you have already, let's say, introduced yourself, but there are some new attendees, so I think it's worth going through a brief round of introduction, and maybe specifically in your case, maybe you can briefly present what the scope of your work is as well. So following the leadership of the or the lead of the DDG. I will start with you, Nancy. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Juan. And good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Working? Yeah? Great. So I'm Nancy Samberg. I'm a senior program officer working for the regulatory and market environment of a division of the Telecommunication Development Bureau of the International Telecommunication Union, ITU. Been working on sector reform for the past more than 25 years. So I see a lot of similarities with what's happening in telecom and in posts, and also looking at really strengthening collaboration. And I think this is something we've heard throughout the meeting, and this is something that is really key in moving forward in digitalization. You have to collaborate. So I will be saying a bit more on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is John Omo. I work for African Telecommunications Union. The union was established, as I mentioned yesterday, in 1977 as a specialized organ of the African OAU then, African Organization of African Unity, later African Union. And we work in the field of policy and regulatory reforms in Africa in terms of ICTs, and also organizing Africa in the international sphere in terms of negotiations with the rest of the world on ICT matters, more so under the realm of International Telecommunications Union. As I did mention in one of my interventions, I think there's so much to do in Africa that not a single organization would be able to do it. But what we see increasingly is several players acting more or less independently, and I think there's so much to gain by collaboration and getting to know what each other is doing and saying, why repeat, why not collaborate for economies of scale and impact. And I think that is the key issue that we must think through in terms of digital transformation in Africa and indeed other parts of the world. Thank you.
Okay. Please.
Right, my name is Vera Tibasi, and I'm from the postal sector. This is CEO for Vanuatu Post. And yes, I agree with the colleagues that collaboration is important to close the gap for the digital divide. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. George Alexis, Acting Managing Director, Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation. And coming off of the last presentation by Jan regarding trade facilitation, that's one of the key focus for my postal organization in terms of how can we, as a post, in terms of how we diversify and continue to make ourselves relevant to our governments, to our citizens. One key opportunity we look at in Trinidad and Tobago is the fact that the post can be a driver for trade facilitation. So I'm hoping to share some more with the audience on that.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. So I will again start with you, Nancy, if I may. So I would like to ask you, so we know there is still a digital divide. So the importance of collaboration for bridging this gap has already been mentioned. So I wanted to ask you specifically, so how could we actually extend connectivity to reduce this gap in the access to digital technologies and services, specifically in those areas which are not traditionally served because they are not, let's say, economically viable? And maybe if I may add, related to Jan's presentation as well, and knowing that both ITU and the ATU are working on cutting-edge technologies, AI, so how do you see the adoption of those technologies impacting the digital divide? Are these technologies actually have a negative effect? Are they going to have a positive effect? Thanks.
Thank you, Juan. Let me maybe start by your second question, looking at transformative technologies and AI. As you may all know, ITU will be organizing the AI for Good, is organizing the AI for Good Summit, and the next edition will take place from the 30th to the 31st of May in Geneva, where AI, the impact of AI on all sectors, in climate change, on disaster recovery, on work, on the economy, on transport, on all the different sectors, us largely. We also, as I mentioned, organized a global symposium for regulators that is going to be taking place in Kampala, Uganda, looking at regulation for impact. And we will be discussing as well AI and robotics and the impact of transformative technologies and what kind of regulation needs to be put in place. This is really looking at the aspects of data protection, privacy, but also making sure that we do not put rules that would then stifle innovation. So it's a delicate balance that we'll be that we will be addressing through GSR, but also discussing more widely at the AI for Good Summit. So coming to the first part of your questions, as we've heard yesterday and today, in SIDS, you do face a number of challenges that are really impacting connectivity. It's geographic challenges with remoteness, limited markets, and narrow economic basis. It's environmental vulnerability, so all of these have impacts also on infrastructure, networks. It's also about how telecommunications and ICT operators and service providers typically face higher costs in entering these markets. So this may discourage new entrants, but also may limit the competition. And also linked to this is that linking to global networks is more expensive for SIDS because they often rely on pricey satellite communications that are due to the geographical isolation. There is also linked to this is also high energy costs, some regulatory challenges, and also the scarcity of local expertise that also drive prices up. And I'll come back to that later. And also there is a lack of staff that has the required skills to ensure the maintenance and the running of these services. I'm talking about infrastructure networks. So we see as well that there is an urgent need for investment in data infrastructure, digital public infrastructure. So in short, what we see is that financing connectivity in remote areas will likely depend on the universal service financing. And we see that with the evolution of financing of universal access, it is important to collaborate. And I'll explain why in a few seconds. And that there are complementary roles and mandates from the different and various financial actors that can facilitate financing of connectivity in rural and remote areas. It is therefore really important that policymakers, the regulators, and fund managers understand who the other funding and the financing actors are, and how their role really intersect and complement each other. Because given the high cost and also the high, potentially high levels of risks, it is really, there is this need to creatively think around sustainably funding connectivity initiatives that are mainly based on funding required on capital expenditure, CapEx, that is linked to the infrastructure related cost, and also the recurring operational expenses, the OPEX. So innovative means, therefore, needs to be explored to finance the deployment and expansion of infrastructure in those high cost and high risk underserved areas. So we can think of innovative ways that include using a combination of monetary and non-monetary or in-kind contributions that are really based on the specific needs of projects, and also looking at the strength of the different collaborative financiers. We can think as well of making smart investment and moving away from what we call funding to financing, and financing being more commercially grounded. And that relates to making good investments. But we also need to think of pooling of resources and collaboration, again, between the governments, commercial banks, the development finance institutions, private sector, and donor organizations, to see how also through blended finance or the strategic use of development finance could be put in place to mobilize additional finances for sustainable development. It is also about looking at other funding instruments such as structural funds or funds of funds. And I will stop here.
Can I just yeah, I hope this might be able to help so that we have a bit of a flow to this. Your question was in two parts, and let me just take the one of the parts, whether the fourth industrial revolution technologies would have a negative or positive impact. Insofar as SIDS and, for me, this continent is concerned. And I see two issues. Technology has certain attributes, two of which is that it is fast wasting, and secondly, technology that solves a particular need will always find relevance. If it solves a particular need, it will find relevance. And so technology of itself would not be bad. It is the application of it, the use that we make of it, how we apply it that has an issue. And therein then lies the answer to your question, how the different fourth industrial revolution technologies will be of relevance, and more so to this continent. And I think most of these technologies are solving challenges, be it in logistics, the postal world, be it in telecoms and all that. And so I see the place of policy reforms in terms of governments saying, yeah, we think this is how we need to see these technologies develop in our sphere and how we make use of them. And so in the space of this continent, and more so as SIDS are concerned, we saw stats yesterday in terms of fairly rapid technological innovation insofar as connectivity is concerned in the SIDS as compared to other developing countries, which is a great thing. And so we are seeing a lot more proactive policy reforms and regulatory reforms in the SIDS insofar as adoption of technology is concerned. And I think we need to be proactive. We need to adopt best practices as possible to know that technology that seeks to solve a challenge or provides a solution will always find relevance. It's the application that we make of it. It's the use that we make of it that and how we use it that can present a challenge. And so therein, we need to have a proactive and comparative regulatory practices that are best or up to the standard in terms of world practices in order to adopt these technologies.
Thank you so much. So now, having heard from an international organization and from a regional international organization as well, I would like to move on to some specific cases. So, if I may, I will start with Vanuatu, and I would like to ask you. So, your country has very specific characteristics. You have a population of around 300,000 people, and it's an archipelago comprising around 80 islands, 65 of them which are inhabited. Yes, and so my question would be, what lessons can be learned from your experience in fostering connectivity and leveraging digital technologies within the postal sector?
Thank you. I think, yes, I think Vanuatu is, as you said, is an island of archipelagos, and our challenge in order to address the panel discussion for to address the digital device and then foster postal diversification of postal services. With that, I think for us, we try to address the enablers of having digital services into the remote areas. And by that, we, as you know, Vanuatu is termed as one of the highest risk areas of the world in terms of disaster. And we have that regularly, and the postal operators are doing a good job, but yet connectivity is not reliable. And when it comes to terms like during the cyclones or tsunamis, well, I need two cyclones in average each year. So by then the towers are down, connections, and 3G data wouldn't be available. So by that, Vanuatu Post tries to address that by making sure there is power on the island. We used, and then we start with solar technology is something that is rampant at the moment, so that's what we try to utilize, to have power in the remote branches. And then by that, with connectivity, we, as a backup, with the telecom operators, we use VSATs. That's to have satellite communication to make sure that there is stable services in the area to provide, as you know, most of the services, postal services diversification now is through internet. So that's how we're addressing it at the moment. And of course, to address cost with affordability for the users in the islands or in the remote areas is quite important as well. So we find solar services and the VSATs as part that would enable us to provide services to the end users and then provide accessibility for users in the islands, in the remote areas, to internet connections or data connections or Wi-Fi to be able to service. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think that you have highlighted a very important point, which I'm pretty sure a lot of you can relate to. That it's the importance of building resilient digital infrastructure in countries which are prone to natural disasters. So, moving on to you, George. So I actually had the honor and the pleasure of visiting your country recently to conduct one of the projects which I presented yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, and during all the interactions we had, you mentioned one thing that kept resonating in my mind, and you did mention that TT Post is a sleeping giant, and I think that actually even other, let's say, stakeholders in the sector picked up on that sentence, and I've heard it several times after. So my question would be then, how can TT Post actually be awakened? Of course, related to the role of digitalization.
So, so thanks, Juan, and morning again, everyone. I don't lay claim to that statement, TT Post is a sleeping giant. In my 9 years that I was not in TT Post, because I was at TT Post twice, this is my second incarnation, my boss at the time said TT Post is a sleeping giant. If he owned TT Post, he would rule the whole of Trinidad and Tobago because of the way it connects every house and every business. And he saw it, and he said the owner of TT Post, which is the government, doesn't recognize the power that they have in their hands. So that is what I stuck with me, which motivated me. If a chance ever came back to come back into the postal sector, I would take it. And I've been back now, and for me, the digital transformation of TT Post is just as important as the initial transformation, which happened on the New Zealand Post. Our initial transformation was a physical transformation to bring it into an era of modernization. The second transformation, which I'm blessed and fortunate to be leading to a certain extent, is our digital transformation, where we are looking at TT Post to facilitate so many things for the government and for the citizens, to meet the sustainable development goals of the country, to meet our Vision 2030, which is our national development plan, by rolling out technology, by using the strengths that the post office has, which a lot of people don't recognize or appreciate, which is your physical footprint and your human footprint. You have a network of people that touch all the delivery points every day in your country, that touch every house, touch every business, is how do you convert that into benefit, into revenue, into opportunities. And the digital divide, once you break that divide by enabling your physical footprint to render services for the government and for the private sector, because of its spread and its reach, by empowering your posties, empowering your delivery people with the capability to provide the level of service. You can go into trade facilitation, using the post in the different areas, urban and rural areas, to facilitate using the technology that's available. You can look at bringing in foreign exchange into your country. You can look at providing social services using the post digitally. You can even look at your post offices being connection points for underserved areas for access to technology, access to internet. So there's so many opportunities that we have owning the posts that we own and using these networks to bring digital empowerment for our citizens in our country. So that's one of the reasons why I saw that vision, and my boss was 93 years old at the time. He saw that vision and he wished he was younger to be able to take the post into his company. So I'm very passionate about it, and I see the digitization of the post, and there's infinite possibilities. That's why I'm glad to be here.
Thank you so much. Yes, and I think that you have mentioned one key aspect that I always like to, let's say, highlight, which is the fact of how the postal network can actually be an enabler of the digitalization of the let's say, yes, absolutely.
The entire society. It's not just about the post. The post is bigger than the post. The post is part of the infrastructure of your country. And you have your governments that would invest money in building roads and highways and putting up street lights and collecting garbage and doing all the things that your taxes pay for. Well, while all posts strive to be profitable and viable, if you look at your post as part of the national infrastructure of the country, then you have a different paradigm that you're looking at it from. The post is really part of the building blocks of respective countries, and especially for SIDS, I think we need to explore how serious we are with our governments, with the societies, and with the businesses, the business community, in terms of utilizing that infrastructure to grow our countries and grow our economies and empower our people for this digital world that we're living in now. And it's evolving every day, and the posts need to keep one step ahead. And there's challenges, because I've heard in this room over the past couple of days, a simple challenge of how do you operate in an environment where electricity is cut for 2 or 3 days, which impacts your ability to function on the technological level. How do you operate when there's not funds to put one desktop computer in every office? You know, those are some of the realities that we face as SIDS, and we need to find ways to let our stakeholders know how important it is for posts, because those investments is not a drain on your treasury or drain on your country. It's an investment in infrastructure. And there's some intangible benefits that people won't see. But the fact that a post office in a rural area can allow for some of the elderly people who may not be able to understand how to use the internet, they now can go and learn to use the internet because the post is facilitating that. How do you quantify that in dollars and cents? You can't. But the fact is the post is there to give empowerment to our society.
Thank you so much. So before moving on, maybe if there are any questions or some reactions so far.
Good morning all. Randall Robinson, Grenada. I'm very happy that this is happening, that we're having this discussion. And yes, George just highlighted some of the issues about that the SIDS are so divided even, right, in what they are able to achieve. So we're coming from electricity issues, connectivity issues because of that, to discussing things like AI in some cases, right? You realize what's happening. And we are all here and you're preaching to the converted in the most part. But I have a choir mistress who used to say, until all have crossed, none have crossed, and some we have to carry. And so I kind of live my life in that way. And so we have to carry some of these SIDS that are not able to get there. We have to find ways to be able to help them, right? And then the other interesting thing is, and I agree with George, Post is a sleeping giant, yes. But who recognizes that? The people who make decisions about Post are not in this room, you know. Yeah? And Post is mostly invisible in the areas that we operate. How do you fix that? George speaks about investment in infrastructure. It's not just an investment in infrastructure, it's also an investment in your people. Because if we have to change, if Post must move from where it is, it must become visible. And to become visible means that I have to empower my people to start seeing themselves as having an important role in the country's development and the development of Post. Look at our employees. Underpaid, undervalued. Where do you start in this transformation that we are talking about? And so all of that has to be addressed as we have in these meetings. And I'm very glad that UNCTAD is going to be having that meeting in Barbados, and I will encourage the regulators and my minister and permanent secretaries to get to that meeting so that they start to understand the impact that Post can have. And when we're talking about Post shouldn't compete with business and so on, Post must facilitate business. Post must no longer become a drag on the economies of our countries, because we have the ability to be able to stand up and put some dollars into the treasuries. But who understands that? Who is paying attention to that? How do they see us? How do they relate to us? When you have people talking about, you know what we must do for security and so on, I don't want to talk about the infrastructure that, you know, where I have to live and work in my building that ain't fit for purpose. And you would have people saying, why does Post need a building? If Post doesn't have its own building to be able to function, these are the kinds of issues that we have to deal with. So when we're talking about security standards and so on, and people don't understand that, because nobody wants stuff coming into the country that you didn't vet properly. And if we didn't meet certain standards, we're not going to be able to send anything anywhere. And the people who are in charge of Post or who make decisions for Post don't even understand that. So I am saying, I understand all of this. There are differences between us. We have to close those gaps. We have to deal with our people. We have to make Post sexy again. Yeah? We have to. So, and once you empower your people, and once your people feel that, hey, I could do this, you know, why we aren't talking to there's Starlink. We shouldn't be having any internet connectivity issues at this juncture. You have so many other things. It's not just a cable running under the sea anymore. There's a whole satellite network that you could probably log into. That's fairly cheap that we could get into. You can tell me a Post can sponsor a computer for somebody who needs it and so on in the postal sector, as the case might be. And if it is that we continue to have these bureaucratic issues, that the world is moving at 500 miles per hour, all of these technological advances that are taking place, how are you even future-proofing that? Because then disruptive technologies are coming in and changing up the game all the time. And we have to keep in lockstep with that, with regulators who are still in the Stone Age. Folks, I mean, let's get real. I know what we want to do here, but we have a lot of work to do.
Thank you.
And it really ain't with us. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you. My grandmother would say amen. Dear colleague from Grenada, I'm grateful for your inspiring speech. And actually, you made my day. That I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
So Mauritius, then Walter, and then Mirza.
So my question linked a bit with what we just heard. And for the digital device challenges, how do these challenges impact the overall effectiveness and accessibility of postal services in SIDS? And what challenges do SIDS encounter compared to larger countries in adopting digital technologies for postal services?
Thank you for your question. Anyone in particular would like to take the question?
Challenges for SIDS, again, from where I sit, just thinking about your question, one challenge would be based solely on economies of scale. The fact that some of us, our populations are 5,000, 10,000, 100,000, 300,000, compared to larger industrialized countries. I use the analogy of cricket. Some of you may know about that sport called cricket. The West Indies team at one point was the best team in the world. We had a population pool of 5 million to choose from, whereas now cricket is so popular in a country like India. They have a population of 1.4 billion to choose from to have some of the best cricketers in the world. So it's really about size and economies of scale is one of the areas I look at. You look at a country like Singapore. They have a fairly large population compared to SIDS, but it's a fairly small country. And the way their investment structure is in Singapore and how the economy functions, it works differently for Singapore Post than it would work for posts that we have in our small island developing states. So that's a couple of the challenges I could say. In terms of overcoming that digital divide, I always go back to what I said earlier in this forum. It's really having your stakeholders understand your role and your potential for facilitating national development. And Grenada, my colleague, spoke to the challenges of not having the decision makers here. One of the experiences I had, which I knew would happen at some point, when the UPU team led by Juan came to Trinidad and Tobago, and we had it was 6 working days, 27 meetings. We met with the heads of several government ministries who totally ignored TT Post for the last 20, 25 years. But a foreign consulting team is coming in, and all of a sudden their eyes are opened. And they're seeing that, oh, yes, TT Post is important. And since one has left in December, and the team left in December, we've had about 3 or 4 of those ministries sending us or engaging us now to do memorandums of understanding, because they now have their eyes open and see what it is. So it's an uphill battle, but at the end of the day, for me, I'm fortunate that it's starting to finally happen. So coming to the end of my career in this business, I can see some light at the end of the tunnel, because I would have joined TT Post in 1999, naive and visionary with some crazy guys from New Zealand, convinced me or conned me into working there. And now we're actually seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, because you're crying in the wilderness for the help from your stakeholder, which is normally the government, because we're all government-owned, I'd like to think. And as Malcolm X said, by any means necessary, if I could use this consulting team to open the eyes of my government to see the role of TT Post in the digital transformation of my country, then so be it. I'm glad it's happening, and I would like to see it happen for all of you in here. So whatever help the UPU can provide, because I look at Caribbean Postal Union Forum is coming up, the conference is coming up in June, and the UPU is going to be meeting with all of our ministers responsible for post. And we are hoping and praying that the UPU can assist us where we have challenges in communicating with our ministers to understand the role of post. So we are looking at this forum, in this conference in June, as a wonderful opportunity to get our ministers on board, to understand what it is they really own and what is the potential to use the post to facilitate national development, trade facilitation, digital transformation, growth of our economies, improvement in foreign exchange earnings. So many potential for the post, and I'm just glad to be part of it.
So are there specific partnerships that has been successful in supporting SIDS in adopting and integrating digital technologies?
Yes, I think there are several cases, but maybe John, you wanted to intervene as well.
Perhaps not on that particular question, but now that sports is becoming an analogy between West Indies and India or East India, I think it is, and I agree with you totally that economies of scale come to play here. But, and I like the example of Singapore, small, few people, but there's a conscious choice by the government to invest in what is important. And going back to sports, New Zealand, 4 million people.
My favorite team.
Beating everyone else, some of us, 50,
yes.
England. So it's a conscious choice to invest in what is important. And going by the statistics that the ITU issued the day before yesterday, I think there's quite a positive movement in SIDS. Of course, albeit with quite some challenges in terms of distance and numbers. But I think there's something positive there. I think what we need to see more is investing in what is important. And we are in an age of technology. It is the competitive age. If we ignore it, then we will never at any point be competitive. Now that I have the mic, let me just talk about one thing where most of the seeds are lying behind. This gadget has an identifier worldwide. And your gadget has an identifier. The world is moving from IPv4 to IPv6 because IPv4 resources are running dry in this continent, and most of our seeds are still behind in this. In terms of policies for migrating to IPv6 resources, most of our seeds here are lagging behind in that, and indeed seeds worldwide are lagging behind in terms of policies for migrating to this IPv6, which will have, which has resources that you can't complete. And so we need to see proactive policies in realizing, and Europe and America for us in Africa are still coming for our IPv4 resources and taking them away because we are not using them enough. But they'll soon run dry. And so we need to have a conscious choice in our seeds in terms of highlighting the importance of movement to IPv6 and noting that for as long as we are selling the identifiers that we have for our resources to Europe, to Asia is coming for them in large numbers, very soon we'll run dry of these resources and we'll have no identifiers for our gadgets. And so a conscious choice to invest in what is important in terms of policy, in terms of operations, is what I think is the key issue. And for me, New Zealand is the perfect example as opposed to economies of scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy?
Yes. Maybe to add to what George was saying, I think, and what you touched upon one yesterday, it's when you go through this digital transformation exercise at the policy level, when there is this will from the government to initiate the digital transformation process, to start by developing a policy or a strategy, it is really key to identify also some that could be the leaders, so that could be the drivers of this transformation that could come up and speak for that. It is also very important, and we've seen with countries we are assisting, to have support at the highest level and commitment, like it is in Singapore. It is because there is this will at the highest level to really drive this digital transformation for the society to become digital society. So again, I think it is important to have the policy makers in the discussions and also to have this stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement can only happen when you go through this process of digital transformation. No one can do it in silos. There needs to be this collaboration, this cooperation, and also to have this driving, we could say like, it would be the post sector to be like in the driving seat, moving, showing why it is important to collaborate. Again, today digital transformation goes cuts across all sectors. It has to be addressed together with all the different ministries, the different agencies, but also the stakeholders. And stakeholder engagement is really critical for the success of its implementation.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that intervention. So going back to your...
I just want to add one point on that. I think when you speak about the stakeholders, I believe that regularity frameworks, the role that they play in facilitating the adoption of digital technologies in postal services in SID is also important. Just to add what you said about the stakeholder. I think you agree with me. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, there are two pending questions, but I just wanted to maybe before moving on, I do know that I mean we were discussing this yesterday, and in the case of Vanuatu, you were explaining me of a very successful case in which you implemented all these, let's say, satellite solutions for the connectivity of the post, which ultimately led to a very resilient connectivity infrastructure. So maybe if you tell us a little bit more about that, I think that would also be one let's say success story.
Yeah, I think to provide our services to the rural areas or the remote areas, as I said, with diversification or financial inclusion and whatever, that would require internet connections. But to have internet, you need power, and then for power, what's the cheapest option or alternative? So that's why we use solar. And in our areas, I think most of the SID nations now have enough sun to be able to power anything, mostly. So with solar energy now, that is quite quite good, and that's why we're using that. And then with communication, as I said, the operators are doing okay, doing good, but we can only, in some remote areas, you can only get 3G the most. But so with that, in order to use some of the internet services, and to use data, you need 4G or some other. So through that, we need the satellite communication or VSATs, which are cheaper to install in these remote areas. And then that's why we got with being resilient, as you said, during the cyclones, they're quicker to remove and then put back, and then as soon as and communication is back. While the towers are still yet to be fixed during times like that. And then from there, we are over internet services through the telecom operators to users, where they can come in to the branches and access data to do business or some things. Yeah. Thank you.
And that's a way also to ensure the financial sustainability of all these connections.
And so with that, we now do online cloud transfers and 365 or Office 365 that is able to do most of the communications and other things. So it's good.
Thank you. So yes, Walter, sorry for thank you, and Miras, you will be next. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the floor, as I do not know that I will be here much longer due to certain meetings coming up, which is very positive. I would like to compliment our colleague from Grenada again. I think that statement was very, very important. Let me share my personal experience. So when we started the new consultative committee introducing wider postal sector players, the businesses, into the UPU, there was a certain situation prior to that the UPU in Bern had a different feeling. A different feeling, meaning that the feeling within the UPU then, a couple of years ago, was it is about the end of times of postal services. They were very demotivated. It was very bad indeed. But we started the new consultative committee, and suddenly the big ones, the big big guys who challenged the postal sector actually invested themselves physically, from a financial point of view, yeah, and also with know-how transfer. And you saw those members over the course of the last couple of days. They want to engage with you. At the upper level, at the UPU, that changed the spirit in Bern. Yeah, there is a clear perception now that there is a clear future for designated operators globally. There's a way ahead into digitalization. And I'm extremely happy to see this forum. It is one of many others that already took place where we created the same kind of spirit, and I'm very grateful to the IB for that, and I'm very honored to be part of that. There's a bright future of all those designated operators, even if you have certain challenges in your region, yeah? But the business is coming to you and is knocking at your doors. Even if you don't have the resources currently to refinance, they would like to be part of it. They would like to help you find ways to refinance. And don't worry about the governments. Don't worry about the regulators. They will follow suit. The most important thing is that we believe in ourselves. Yeah, then we're going to open doors like all those wider postal sector players already did in other regions where we had other forums. The most important thing for me when I leave this place today is that I take away what I already experience in this room. There's a clear future for designated operators within SIDS. Absolutely clear. We have to find the ways. Yeah, it was only the first forum. But I'm absolutely convinced that we can make that happen. And the resources are already partly deployed to all of you. Most importantly was the statement from the gentleman just a couple of minutes ago. We need to bring the whole society up again and provide a universal service based on digital means. It's possible, it's feasible, and it will happen. Thank you for that.
Thank you. There's no reaction. Mirror, please.
Thank you very much, first of all, and thank you very much for insightful presentations just shared. So I just want to add on the regulatory aspect on coming to this converged regulation. So we are talking about this digitalization is something that's happening in a silo. So regulators, regulatory activities needs to be converged. So this converged to happen, integration also should come in. And then maybe we can think about, when we talk about connectivity gaps, we can think about regulations related to infrastructure sharing and maybe spectrum utilization. And these are very critical to bring it to the next level. So then maybe how can the ITU and LTU also will help SIDS in promoting this regulatory convergence to take it to the next level? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Meredith. So we do offer different tools, products, and activities to support our members, so SIDS as well, and revising their regulatory frameworks, but also in providing, shall we say, in sharing knowledge on some of the latest tools or recommendations that have been, that are of good practices around the world. We do so by adopting best practice guidelines on specific aspects. And what you just mentioned about the role of converged regulators, what we see is that we have the role of the regulator is evolving with time, and also the structure, the way the mandates of the regulators are changing. We also see that we had moved from sector-specific regulators to multi-sector and converged regulators, and now there is also a tendency to move. Some countries are moving to digital regulators, only a few. So that we're seeing this evolution, and it means as well evolution in the terms of the regulatory tools that they can apply. So we're really looking at how to adopt agile regulation that is enabling experimentation. If you think about sandboxes, for example, providing a safe space for experimentation, for example, with AI or other technologies that could be tested before going to market. We also, through different vehicles such as the Global Symposium for Regulators, that we provide platforms where people can come, regulators, policymakers, stakeholders, to share their experience and to learn from each other. What are some of the practices being out there, what works, but also what doesn't work. And we do provide a number of tools as well, like the digital regulation platform that focuses on different regulatory aspects related to digital transformation and digital economy. You touched upon the issue about infrastructure sharing. This is really key to reduce cost and then to have not duplicate the infrastructure that is being laid out, but really again to pool resources and to share some of these infrastructure costs. If you think with power grids, with roads, with transport, or with postal. We also look into rights of way, like dig once and dig smart. Rights of way access to some of the buildings, for example, also for co-location. We also look at co-investment. It's another issue. Like you mentioned, like using licensing, like providing incentives through licensing, for providing spectrum, for example, for additional spectrum, for operators to lay or connect specific areas, unserved areas. So that could be part of like a license obligation. And also we really push forward to really make sure that that the ICT sector is not seen as, a luxury, to reduce taxes on that is ICT equipment and software as well.
We are being kicked out a little bit, so if you can keep
sorry,
it brief.
I totally agree with what Nancy has said at the global level, and we do pretty much at the African level. But I think the sort of convergence that I now see and the technologies that were presented yesterday and on the first day really speak to this is the convergence between telecoms and postal. Previously, these were twins. They came out of in most of our countries. They were one organization, and they so much. If I need delivery, I use the app on my phone, and the postman or the delivery person delivers that to my. And so there is need for us at the policy level and operational level to ensure that the systems are converged in such a way that when you are developing your postal network or postal operations, you take into account whatever telecoms infrastructure is developed. I see so much of development even within our countries here in Africa and in many other developing countries, silo development. The postal side is developing on their own, and the telecom side, and indeed other utilities, be it power, be it water, and other utilities. So the concept of one of government is one that I think we need to increasingly embrace, so that when we develop infrastructure, it is one infrastructure for several utilities, and that makes better case for economies of scale and efficient provision of postal services, especially for SIDS. I think it's one thing that we could come out strongly from this conference, saying the concept of one government where you're developing your infrastructure, especially utility infrastructure, together in an organized, united manner, so that then we can enjoy economies of scale and keep our costs down.
Thank you so much. So just coming to the end of the panel, I wanted to give you the opportunity for some closing remarks. So if you want to take the floor.
I don't think there's much more I can say other than I'm happy to be part of this whole experience and this journey, and I look forward to seeing positive developments and outcomes in terms of the transformation of all of our organizations to be in the digital universe, in the digital realm. And as I always tell people, stay tuned.
Yeah, great. I think after this forum, and I think there is success looking forward for all of us, and that's it's good outlook. I can see this. We've seen a lot of promising like AI coming through, and that's technology we need to embrace. So, thank you, and I'd like to thank the UPU for providing or assisting us here, and especially the sales of Post as well. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you.
I think for SIDS, you're dealing with manageable numbers. And that for me is an advantage. Manageable numbers in the sense that, not in a negative sense, but to say that it's easier to manage a few people than many. Of course, depending on how you are organized, there's also strength in numbers. But I think the opportunity that unique identifiers provide and personal addresses is one that I think is a low-lying fruit for SIDS, especially the postal network. And I think I've seen tremendous, several technologies presented here that provides SIDS with a unique opportunity because you're dealing with manageable numbers that are easier to manage than most of our other countries. And so I think there's an opportunity there, and also the concept, of course, of one of government where you integrate your development planning process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Maybe just to add that I think because you're a trusted party, everybody knows the post offices. You really have a unique role to play as well in bringing people coming to the post offices, but not only looking for shipping mail or receiving parcels, but also for some guidance maybe on all what is linked to e-government services. If you think about being the hotspot, being for trade, for e-government services, for anything that is related to support in providing digital services, working with telecom operators, providing them with an incentive to have post offices like use as resellers of their services, extending services as well to the local communities, to different options. So there are another opportunities there. And I'm very thankful for the UPU and to Seychelles Postal Services for inviting ITU, but also for hosting us here. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. So I would just close saying that maybe the two main takeaways are that we should collaborate. I think that this panel is actually a reflection of that approach, and I think that we and the other point is raising awareness. And I think we have started working with our brothers and sisters from the telecom sector, raising awareness and moving forward in this collaborative approach. So thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you so much for your participation. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Juan, and to all of our speakers in the last panel. We're going to take a brief break, just 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll call everyone back in. So please do enjoy some coffee. Also, there will be a survey circulated. Please do fill out the survey. And finally, of course, I had invited everyone, actually, if you're interested to have an interview. I'll just be setting up here on the stage. So if you're interested in doing just 2 minutes of an interview about the forum with me, please do visit me here. Thank you. All right, I hope everyone had a chance to enjoy a little bit of coffee and some refreshments. We're moving on to our second and last panel discussion of today on e-commerce for small islands, and that will be moderated by Ms. Murat Woodmatas, who of course is from the African Union Commission. I think we're all very familiar now, so I will invite Murat to the stage to open the panel. For those of you who are wondering about your surveys, I'll ask some colleagues to come around and collect them, so don't worry about that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now you have already a lot in your mind. We try to now summarize what we all talked about towards a concrete proposal for the survival and the competence of the postal sector. Now we'll try to dive in the strategies for the postal sector to involve and make a contribution in the e-commerce business. With this, I would like to invite the panelists so that we will proceed. Panelists, you are kindly invited to come to the stage. So we have gender balance. You are requested to come here. We can share. Okay. The e-commerce business is booming across the world, and it is increasing every year. And the total volume is becoming very huge, and the traditional mail is in a free fall. So the opportunities to grab for the postal sector is there. Then what are the key strategies for the postal sector, particularly from SIDS, to exploit this opportunity, given the situation that we have been discussing in the last two and including today? With this, I will invite my panelists to introduce briefly themselves before we go directly to the questions. Thank you. So I'll start from you.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Pulalofa, and I'm from Tuvalu Post Limited, and it is a pleasure to be part of this panel discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator, Ms. Woodmatas. My name is Mr. Gums. I'm the Postmaster General of Antigua. I'm quite delighted to be part of this SIDS forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Miret. I'm Israeli. I'm from Fiji. Very, very still wet behind the ears. 7 months in the postal field. And just towards the end, I was feeling more confident when my friend Randall from Grenada said, you know, we should have the legislators here, we should have the ministers. I'm not from the operational level. I'm the chairman of the board of the Fiji Post and Telecommunication, Fiji Post Limited. I was really not prepared to come over. My CEO asked me and said, sir, this might be beneficial for you. Go there, sit down and listen. And that's what I've been doing for the last 2 days. Listen, and when you come back, I'm sure, when you talk to us, you'll have a fair understanding of how we, the workers, operate at this level. So let me say to the UPU, thank you for this opportunity. I'm glad that I think I would be one of the greatest beneficiary of these meetings. I just have everything to learn and nothing to lose, and nothing to share at the same time. And thank you, Seychelles, to the government of Seychelles. And Seychelles Post, you've been very, very, I am so proud of the hospitality extended to us. So with those few words, that's the introduction, and don't expect too much from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you have a lot to share. So maybe if we start from Antigua and Barbuda. So what do you see the real challenges and then the strategies when it comes to small islands and small postal offices to jump in and then to reform the postal office that you have, to make it digitally enabled, e-commerce friendly, and future looking? So what do you have to do, or what they have to do differently to be in this, to go in this direction? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Okay, it is clear that the rise of e-commerce has revolutionized the way people shop, making it more convenient and accessible than before. However, last mile delivery poses a big challenge for us as posts in the region. All right, last mile refers to the stage of delivery process from the transportation hub to the customer's doorstep. Challenges are, we have high costs, right, how to get to locations, logistics, the delivery times. Customers would like to have their expectation and as how goods are delivered to them. Okay, we have incomplete delivery addresses, not accurate. We have the fast, rapid growth of villages, which makes last mile delivery challenging. Okay, some opportunities though. How we can curtail that is collaborate with technological companies where we send text messages to customers, letting them know that we have a parcel for them and they can come and collect their parcels. Also collaborating with other partners, partner donors, having delivery option to customers, have customers decide how they want their packages delivered to them, using data analysis to curtail this, to leverage e-commerce delivery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You mentioned the challenges, opportunities that is around there. So when we come to
you postal administration or office. On top of the challenges that has been mentioned and the opportunities out there, across the globe we are struggling with, especially in the developing countries, with the digital digital identification as well, which adds to our program. Then how your office is prepared to tackle this challenge and bring the postal service as a key player in the e-commerce industry? Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I may also add to the challenges that has been put forward in the case of small island states such as Tuvalu, we do have challenges in terms of limited infrastructure, and that is limited and costly of internet access and lack of digital payments infrastructure. Another challenge is the regulatory gaps, which is the absence of comprehensive e-commerce legislation and policies in place. The other one is digital skills shortage and low levels of digital literacy and entrepreneurship skills among the population, and market access, difficulty in accessing international markets due to logistical challenges and lack of trade agreements. So we do have actions put in place in order to limit these challenges. And on the limited infrastructure, we are seeking partnership with telecom companies and international donors to invest in broadband infrastructure, exploring mobile payment solutions. On the regulatory gaps, developing and implementing e-commerce laws and regulations, establishing a dedicated body to oversee the e-commerce development. And on digital skills shortage, launching nationwide digital literacy campaigns, offering e-commerce and digital skills training programs. And for the market access, we improving logistics and supply chain services, engaging in international forums to negotiate better trade terms for e-commerce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are a number of difficulties, there are a number of challenges, maybe which we cannot, or postal offices cannot do it alone or cannot do it all together at the same time. As it is already mentioned, the involvement of governments and regulators are very critical. So how can Fiji make better to organize all these key stakeholders and start doing one thing which is very critical in your view, to move ahead with the transformation of the postal service and to make it a competent and relevant player in the e-commerce industry? Chair, it is for Fiji.
I thought if we stick to the experts. Thank you, Miret. You know, I take it from another perspective. When I came to Post Fiji 9 months ago, the first thing I did, I just looked at our bottom lines. I looked at our financials first. I said, okay, what's happening here? Why is everything heading south? And then I hear exactly what I'm hearing here today. Oh, okay. Then e-commerce came as one. I said, okay, explain. I don't know what's e-commerce. Tell me in English. This is how we buy and sell things. Oh, good. So, do you have it? Yes, we have it. How many years ago? We had it done in 2019. So why are you complaining to me? Then I found out it's not e-commerce, it's other things. I said, okay, let's go back in history. What happened to us? Government wind us, culled us away. When they culled us away, they took the profitable part from us. They took telecom away. And they left the post by itself. Profit was gone. So they told us, you are an independent body, this is your board, you run by yourself. Technology took over. When I was young, in my village, I'll see postmen with their bags, green bag, coming every second week, delivering letters. So no one's writing letter anymore. That's what we are all facing. Small island countries of it. That transition. But unfairly, they took the important component from post, which is telecom. And I'm smiling. When telecom went on its own, they took Vodafone, the mobile, away from telecom. To the more profitable part of telecom was taken away in Vodafone. So here we are. That was the history. I'm glad Walter said that. After Randall's contribution, Walter said it right. You got to grapple with what you have at the moment and move forward as the postal service. There are a lot of streams, not only in e-commerce, you got to just get out of the box. As I speak, the Fiji government gifted post-Fiji prime properties within the central urban areas. And when I look up our books, they have nil valuations. The properties would be, if it was valued today, would be over $100 million. But in our books, that doesn't show. So I said, oh, we are at a disadvantage already. We've got assets sitting with us, and it's not showing in our books. So our bottom line is affected already. Okay, coming back, that's a history. So the last 7 months, I've been asking my CEO and my management. The bottom line, our profits are going south. For 2 consecutive months, for the last 10 months, we've made losses. E-commerce itself is not the answer. E-commerce in itself is just a small portion. Digitalization too in itself is not the answer to all our problems. But let me say, digitalization is an important component if we want to enhance e-commerce and also bring up our bottom line, which is our profit at the end of the month or at the end of the year. Okay. Getting right back to the mechanics. Okay, what are you doing? What are you doing now? Since you launched your platform in 2019, what are you doing with it? All we're doing now is enhancing. We're trying to get gateways. We're trying to launch an e-wallet so people can buy through the post office with their cards and have a safe payment gateways. As Randall said, you got to make our platform more sexy so people can come onto it. That's how we're enhancing it at the moment. That's the first. And second, I think what my managers are just trying to do now, expanding our product range. Get as many things as we can onto our platform so people can buy and sell anything they want. During the first day, when Walter was presenting about the consultative committee, I said, when he put his first slide, and what he mentioned is, don't be afraid of us. When he kept in his presentation, I saw all the names, Amazon and all. I was intimidated to myself. I said, hey, these are all the competitors, or these are people who are putting us down. And yet UPU is working with them. That's just because of my ignorance. Till today, then I realized, no. Competition is healthy. It's not a win-win situation. It's not a winner-take-all situation. You need that competition, and you need to share you hang on to that. You piggyback on these big companies. And I'm glad that I've heard from America, Mail, and then my IDs and Santosh and everything. So, oh, this is what Fiji Post would do. Hang on to these ideas, right? Piggyback on them. And that's exactly what I think we'll do. And then the last thing, after having the platform, making it sexy, and then putting in the wine range, and then you just got to be sharp with your logistics. How you procure, and then how you distribute. And if you're online shopping, you know, you press, and then 1 minute, everybody moves away. So those are basically, the 3 steps. Sorry, I've taken too long going back in history, but the 3 basic steps that we do to enhance is that 1, get our platform ready or sexy as they call it. And 2nd, widen our range of products. And 3rd, just the logistic, be sharp. Procure and distribute to the last mile, bearing in mind your cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe most of the time we know what needs to be done. The challenge is just to make it work on the ground. One critical aspect might be our mindset, so our preparedness, or maybe a confidence on ourselves to say, yes, I can do it. So I can go from A to B, and then I can be a competitor. I can follow with the others. I can be in the market share. So that mindset should be something that should come from all operators, because if others can do it, there is no way the postal offices cannot do it. So one is, of course, resources and everything will follow, but the mindset should be changed. Maybe with this, we might see the video of one of the largest provider of cross-border e-commerce globally, Kainao. And then we will continue how we can collaborate better with this, and then how do we enhance our preparation on the way forward. So we'll
Hi,
go to
good
the video.
afternoon,
Thank you.
everyone. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Dennis Lee from Cainiao, a part of Alibaba Group. First of all, I wanted to thank Deputy Director General of UPU for the invitation, but unfortunately, I'm not able to be there physically because of a last-minute emergency I have to attend today. I know we're talking about something that's very interesting, cross-border logistics, particularly for island countries. But in general, at Cainiao, cross-border logistics is what we do, and we are essentially the world leader in the cross-border logistics in terms of the volume. We particularly work on China to global cross-border mainly. Today, we roughly do 4 to 5 million parcels a day from China to all the destinations in around the globe. Some of the European destinations we're able to reach to the customer from the order processing in China all the way to the destination countries in 5 working days. I know for island countries, it is particularly difficult. And for us, from a platform, e-commerce platform perspectives, we have not opened up all of the countries because of a few challenges we're facing today. I think one of them is just the overall solution is not customized or is not custom enough for the cross-border shoppers. Some of the generic solutions, it could be really expensive or takes very long for China to get to the destination countries. Or, at the destination countries, we have the regulations from customs or other authorities that's preventing us from coming in very easily. So I think to solve those particular challenges, I wanted to offer a few, opportunity or thoughts, for all of the leaders, in the audience. One is, I think, really important to us from a platform perspective is to have a cost-effective solution that is customized for the cross-border purpose, say from China or other countries over to your destination country. And then secondly, it needs to have a advanced tracking or tracing systems, that's going to be kept really up to date and give the customer on the platform the real data on where the packages are. I think number 3 could be very beneficial is to have a digital customs processing process, that's in place to help us clear, the goods when they're on air. And then lastly, we just, could work with our line haul providers or, all of our postal delivery companies, in the destination countries, how we can handshake better to have a better frequency to produce a better lead time. So I think overall, if these are all achieved, then definitely for the customers, it's going to be a much better enhanced experience, both from a lead time or cost perspective, and also from a platform or e-commerce platform perspective. There's going to be a much better opportunity to invest traffic in the particular countries. I think those are just very general things. But if there are any particular questions or collaboration opportunities for us, please reach me at my email address, which is dennis.li@cainiao.com. Sorry I couldn't be there today, but thank you for the opportunity to see everyone on the screen. Bye-bye.
Okay, we thank you, Dennis, for opening up opportunities there, and then the critical components for the post offices to look at carefully. So if we see the required infrastructure, and if we see out the market share of the developing or maybe SIDs as well, it's very low. If we also see closely a bit the online platforms, it's very, very, very low when it comes to developing countries in general. So the market share is less than maybe 7%, and the prediction is going to be 10 or so something, if I'm not mistaken. We are looking at last mile delivery. First thing is first that we need to set everything up. But we can think also big, the e-commerce platform provider as well. Maybe it might not be easy to do it individually, but thinking in that direction as well is something that can be in the future taught in my view. So having that discussion, maybe I will open up to the panelists if you have some particular experiences that you can share where postal operators can leverage the opportunities that e-commerce is delivering out there. So we'll be glad to hear from the participants before I come back to the panelists.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not representing a postal department, but I'm talking about e-commerce and postal departments who are actually utilizing them. Say, we do most of our business in the CIS region, and we see the postal departments are actively working with e-commerce companies. Say, let's say in Azerbaijan and in Kazakhstan, there are like companies, they are working directly with the e-commerce companies like Trendyol in Turkey, from where they are able to deliver the orders directly using post offices. So the beneficial here is actually going to the post office if they are directly going to work with the e-commerce companies, like how Xiaonou and Alibaba is now expecting to reach out to all the countries. Mostly all the regional e-commerce companies are now looking forward for the last mile, especially. It's being carried out by the postal operators, mostly, because it makes it more economical for them, and it is much more economical for the customer also. So I just want to highlight this point.
Thank you very much. Any other to share experience in the e-commerce journey of the postal sector or the postal offices? So maybe we can come back and see from the panelists the key steps that you are going to take. Maybe this forum is going to be repeated next week. The key priorities that you are going to take in the coming 1 or 2 years to make your office particularly active in the e-commerce business. Maybe you can cover the infrastructure, you can cover the digital ID, you can cover the regulation that is required, that's very important, required, the partnership, the skill, if I may say. Which one do you prioritize? Or maybe you can do it parallelly and then say, by next year, my office will do such steps and achieve what you have in your mind, achieve in the next 1 year. So I will start from my neighbor.
Thank you very much. Out of all the issues and the challenges that has been put across and shared across among us, yes, the 2 days ago and today, may I say that I believe that e-commerce experiencing a revenue generating area for other postal sectors which have the technology and all. But in the case of a small island states, if I may represent the small island countries here in the Pacific, we see ourselves that we are still behind this. We still don't see that how e-commerce benefits us because we still don't have online banking existing in our countries. So in order for us to move forward, we have put a e-commerce strategic plan and framework with the assistance of the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat in Fiji. And we have did a very wide assessments on how we move forward with the e-commerce. And looking in the post office in Tuvalu, we see that we need to have the proper infrastructure, getting our website developed with the assistance of development partners in order for us to make a start and to move forward, and also encourage governments with the National Bank to be able to move forward with the program that they are currently doing in order to embark on the online banking system. And from there we are able to see ourselves on how to move forward with the, so that we can also benefit from the e-commerce. What I see so far in the experience when I work in the post office, volume of mails is really low. That's together with the impact of the COVID. And after COVID, I see that we are start picking up. And we see that small businesses has included in the online businesses, especially for those who are studied overseas, where they have access to MasterCards and Visa cards, and when they come back to the island, they were able to participate in this online selling and buying things online. And that's where we see the volume of mails are increasing in the postal sector recently, because of people are getting into the online platform, using the online platforms such as Alibaba, Amazon. They buy things online and then they use the postal sector to send the items, and we receive high volume of parcels and those EMS coming in, flowing in to the postal sectors. I think I'll end here, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So you put it very straightforward, like the strategy should come first thing first, and then of course you definitely move on to do the basics that is a must to have the digitization, I'd say is digitalization, or what is just a single component of everything, but that is a foundation. So to build up on her, what partnership also do you see from Antigua and Barbuda perspective to move ahead, assuming that there will be an e-commerce strategy to move ahead? And what kind of partnership do you foresee that will help the e-commerce business to flourish? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The last mile delivery remains a significant challenge for us, but we have to be innovative in using those challenges to become opportunities and collaborate more. By embracing new technologies, offering more delivery options, and adopting sustainable delivery solution, we can overcome the last mile challenge and meet high expectation to our customers. Now, we have to embrace technology where we can have a Facebook page, where they can have a seamless interaction with the customers in terms of knowing when and where their packages are and how to collect them. Having more interaction, more information to the public, just embracing because technology is moving on, and we need to be more proactive, using the challenges to become opportunities where we can move on to the post, and also having our governments be convincing our governments to inject money in the post so that we can embrace these technologies out there, leveraging against the challenges that we face every day.
Thank you so much. So I'm coming to you for the wrap up, maybe saying
again.
Yes. The competition is out there.
Okay.
So yeah. So competition is out there. So what can on top of the challenges and the recommendations that's coming out, it's not something that that will be easy. Then what do you recommend for these small postal offices to do to bring the partnership and government on board, regulators on board, increase customer satisfaction? What is the most three critical points I need to consider as soon as possible, because nothing is waiting. Everything is changed. We heard the AI is coming, blockchain is there, and then so many things. Robotics are coming, and then even the normal jobs can be taken. The regulation is outdated, that to take it immediately or to leapfrog from where we are. Then what should practically to be done as soon as possible by the postal offices, maybe after our return from this forum, something that we can talk about next year. So the three most important points for you can suggest for SIDS post to be relevant, competent in e-commerce. Thank you.
Me again, Mary. Yeah. Oh. You asked what would be the most important thing I would do. You know, when you put all the variables on the table, there's one that I find very hard to change, and that is the attitude. So to me, it is the capacity. It's the capacity of my personnel. That's what I could see clearly from day one when I entered the postal services. And I've told my workers that. Well, I can't blame them too. They were civil servants. They were just pushing pen, putting a stamp, write this, go, deliver, go, get paid. And in this modern day and age where competition and commercialization is so stiff, even to the point of merciless, I don't really blame the 430 personnel of Post Fiji Limited. You can get technology across. You can put them in courses overnight and they'll master it. You can get everything. But the attitude for them to change, to be businesses, to have that fine edge, to make a commercial decision, it's going to take a while. I don't know about my Caribbean friends and African friends. The Pacific Islanders, they love their shady coconut trees. They want to sit there and wait. So that is the greatest challenge I see in Fiji. It's a capacity building, change of attitude, social engineering, refocus. Commercial now, go commercial. Yeah, no more just here to earn your wage and go home. That's, to me, is the number one priority they have to do. If you say number 2 and number 3, I think they are easier ones that will come after that. They'll just follow. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you very much. So then it's coming now, our partners, international corporations, and we need to focus on providing, okay.
Thank you. I'm happy that the Master of Ceremony is putting now the slide so everybody can see. Speaking from the UPU perspective, actually, I would just like to invite you to look on this slide and to see where our guests or friends, family are coming from. Antigua and Barbuda, Tuvalu and Fiji. It is a unique moment for me, I can tell you, many reasons for that. We are here also to listen to the deprivileged region and members and countries, and it was an amazing experience for me today, and I'm really grateful for sharing your views and thoughts. Even if somebody thinks they are funny, they are not, they have all a deeper meaning, and I'm really grateful for you to be here and to share your experience with us. Thank you.
Thank you, DDG. So where we have to focus for the international community as well, we have a gap in capacity. We have a gap in changing attitude. So on top of these tools, solutions, and so on, first thing is first. So we need to work on the awareness still. We need to work on the capacity building, and then we need to try to wake up all, and then open the opportunities out there so that they will be also aware. As we said, it's not easy for a civil servant just to come in and then see all the opportunities and work in day one from that mindset. So there is a lot of work there to bring the e-commerce, the opportunities of the e-commerce can bring to the postal services. With that, if you have any last point to say, I will give the floor to you. To Tuvalu first, and then Antigua and Barbuda, and then Fuji will be the last. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I would say that since this is the first SIDS forum meeting, if I'm correct, it is really a good opportunity to be here and to hear from the small islands' experiences, how their postal network work. And it's also an eye-opener for some of us, especially coming from the Pacific Island, to see how other postal sectors are progressing, and also to seek assistance and help from them. This is really a good opportunity, and I really thank UPU for organizing, and also Seychelles for having this forum, so we can be able to create network. So when we go back to our back to our countries, we know where to get assistance from. Thank you very much.
Okay, I concur with my colleague. This is a great opportunity where at this forum, the UPU has organized in collaboration with the Seychelles Post, where we air our challenges in smaller and developing states, and being able to provide some solutions, using those challenges to become opportunities where we can be innovative among ourselves, and also the takeaways that we take back to our respective posts, so to better the challenges that we face every day. Thank you.
Your last word.
Okay, my last. My advice, this is what I'm doing at the moment. I'm making a plan for my team. I said, draw up a good business plan, as we normally do for anything. Draw up a good business plan. Where are we heading? Where are we going to go? E-commerce, digital. Fortunately, all my stations would be online probably in the two or 3 months. We had to bend some hands, some arms to get the finance, and we are glad our own airline was hesitant to be partners with us, but I'm glad that we've convinced them. So Jan was saying yesterday that he'll be in Fiji, and I'll meet him on Thursday next week. We'll try to make sure that Fiji Airways comes to the table, comes to the fold. What I say, we make our own homegrown solutions. I keep telling my managers, I don't want to hear consultants. I don't want you to get consultants. Amongst you, you have degrees, you have masters, and all our solutions in these post-Fiji should be homegrown. We make the plans, and the solutions should be homegrown. Our advantage is this. We've heard it over the last few days. Our footprint is all over our country, a gift to us by our government. We are all over the place. 300 islands in Fiji, 110 inhabited. We have 58 postal offices, so almost one for every 2 islands. So we already have the footprint in there. Just create a wonderful plan, which is progressive, which is merciless, which is hungry, and then make our solutions within us, from internally within the organizations, use the footprint that we already have. That is the advantage. And piggyback on those big organizations that are already here today or for the last 2 days. I tell you an example. It might be funny. One of the most remote islands, we just got them online. And then I asked the manager, our marketing manager, okay, have they traffic, have they been buying and selling? Yes. So what did they buy? I was thinking they'd buy stationery, they'd buy groceries from our shop. Oh, they bought an Adidas canvas through Amazon. But anyway, on that end, on that light, on that fun, you know, you won't control what they buy. You give them the platform. They might not buy from you. They might buy from somebody else. But we have the solutions within us. We have the footprint within our small island countries. And with a little bit resources and with the technical advice that UPU is giving, I was amazed that, you know, how much you could just knock and you get from UPU. And thank you. I was privileged to host the Director General on my second month in office. And then we've opened the regional office for the Pacific in Fiji. And I'm so grateful. Here I am again today. And I'm sure this won't be the last you'll hear from me. Probably the next meeting I'll be there and I'll say, this is the different chairman from Fiji. This is what we've done. And thank you for your advice. And thank you for all the contributions, everything that I've learned today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very insightful, interesting perspective that has been provided. So we agreed, like, now action is remaining. So I'm hopeful that next year when we gather together, we should be able to talk about progress that has been made respective of the challenge that we are facing. I'm also very hopeful that the support that is coming from the UPU, the international organizations, the partners, all, it has been said very well that we go together. That's what we meant by universal inclusion. So with this, I really thank the UPU once again, and then Mariela and her team for this excellent forum organization, and I would like to thank you also, all the participants. Okay, we have one intervention from Mauritius. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
So I would just want to share with you that to make small island developing state relevant and competitive in the e-commerce landscape, it is essential to focus collaboration within governments and other key stakeholders. For example, encourage government to develop and implement supportive policies that facilitate the growth of e-commerce, including streamlined regulation, tax incentive, and investment in digital infrastructure. I will also add that public-private partnership is also important. We need to promote private and public partnership to leverage the strengths of both sectors. Collaboration between the government and the private enterprise can lead to shared resources, expertise, and develop of initiatives that support the e-commerce ecosystem. I will also add that digital infrastructure investment discussion should focus on the importance of reliable high-speed internet, which is very important to focus further. Of course, social and economic impact assessment is important. Public awareness campaign also will help us to go to the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with this, I think we don't have to take much time. Thank you very much once again. Thank you all for the opportunity as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Merit, and all of our panel speakers and all the panel speakers for the last several days, because now we've actually reached the end of the discussion part of our agenda. But next we have a very special item, which will be a declaration from Mahe, and I will invite Belize to take the floor to read the declaration.
Good morning. We, the representatives of SIDS, designated operators, endorse this declaration at the end of the first SIDS Postal Leaders Forum held in Mahi, Seychelles from 5th to the 7th March 2024 on the theme Postal Digitalization, Integration and Innovation, Sustainable Growth Boosters for SIDS. Upon the conclusion of the deliberations, we hereby declare that postal networks have immense potential to bridge the digital divide for both people and businesses. Postal infrastructure is often available even in the most remote and underserved areas, providing a unique opportunity to leverage this existing network to extend digital, financial, e-commerce, e-government, and other services, as well as connectivity. Designated operators can facilitate the uptake of digital services, including e-commerce, digital identity, e-health, and e-government, and enhance digital inclusion in the region by leveraging their ubiquitous presence and trusted brands. Cooperations and development of public-private partnerships are instrumental to harness the benefits of digital transformation and to advance regional integration through the enhancement of the transport network. Digital technologies play a transformative role in socioeconomic development, and the postal network can therefore contribute to realizing this potential by creating smart, connected communities, thereby enabling people and businesses in such communities to reap the dividends of the digital economy. Governments should incorporate the postal sector in their development plans, national digital transformation strategies, and disaster response plans. Member states and regional bodies should develop effective and efficient policy and regulatory framework to foster postal developments as a key building block of an inclusive and sustainable digital society and economy. Several financing facilities can be mobilized to support investments in postal digital transformation, including development banks, blended finance, and the Universal Service Fund. Accordingly, we hereby pledge to encourage the involvement of regulatory bodies, governments, industry, stakeholders, and international organizations to foster a collaborative approach towards enabling full digital and physical connectivity of post offices by 2030. Advocate for policies that promote affordable and inclusive access to transport and digital services, thereby facilitating regional integration and driving the expansion of the digital economy. Collaborate, share expertise, and undertake capacity building and knowledge transfer activities to empower postal staff and enhance their digital skills. Encourage uptake of innovative solutions in the postal network to harness added value from connectivity. Improve the security and cybersecurity of postal infrastructure, including adoption of the .post top-level domain and associated secure share services. Encourage governments to use the Universal Service Fund to support the post's contributions to digital infrastructure deployment and the digital economy. Now, therefore, we participants in the SIDS Postal Leaders Forum declare our commitment to the full and rapid implementation of this declaration. We also pledge to spare no effort in expanding and using the postal network for the sustainable development of digital economies and societies. The SIDS Postal Leaders Forum calls on the UPU membership and all development-oriented stakeholders to contribute actively towards the successful implementation of this declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Belize. I would now please invite the UPU Director of Cooperation and Development to take the floor for a vote of appreciation.
Thank you, Kyla, and thank you, everyone. I think it's good afternoon. I'm privileged to be the last speaker for this meeting, the formal forum. And with this, as Kyla said, it can only be to say thank you to all of you for being here and for having found time to participate in this collaborative round of discussions that we've had the last 3 days. I would like to talk about these leaders forums, why we have come up with the leaders forums. We have planned a round of a number of leaders forums, which we started last year. We had the forum for Africa, the Africa region, and last month we had the Arab group. Africa region, we met in Abidjan, and for the Arab region we met in February in Muscat, Oman. And here we are with the SIDS in Seychelles. Now, the format of these forums is, first of all, to group together posts that are operating in similar situations. And that is why we are going region by region, because in most cases, those regions are operating within similar circumstances. Of course, the SIDS, they are spread across the world, but as we have listened to them here, all of them, the circumstances are more or less the same. The challenges they face are the same. How they are trying to tackle them is more or less the same way. And that is why we came up now with these groupings, and it is indeed, somebody has said, has asked whether this is the first. It is indeed the first, and the first for everyone, including the last two that I have talked about that took place previously before this. The intention of these, again, is to have a discussion at very high level. That's why we're calling it Leaders Forum. And I would like to thank you for actually coming. I see most of the posts here are represented by their CEOs or the chairman. This is actually the intention that we've had, because we like the conversation that is going on here to be appreciated from really the very top of the decision making, and from the discussions that have gone through here. They are very similar to what we had in Abidjan and in Muscat, because we're talking with the decision makers of the postal institutions. And we believe that after this discussion, it will be now very easy to implement, because when you have sometimes, like in our council meetings in Bern, most of you send your technical people, which is good. They come, they contribute quite well. But when you are looking for something that needs quick decision making and implementation, it is always good when we start from the top. And I thank you very much for coming at that level. And I think the discussions here have been very meaningful and consistent with our wish. More specifically, I would like to now thank the authorities of Seychelles for hosting us, the government, all the way from the Vice President who had audience with our Deputy Director General the other day, the Minister who came to inaugurate our forum, the PS has just been here this morning, and Mariela and your very energetic and efficient team for making this forum very successful. I believe everything has worked very well, and I know when I say that I'm talking to everybody who has been in this forum. And we had an opportunity yesterday, some of us, to visit the post-VG. No, sorry. I think my chairman from Fiji has really got Seychelles. And by the way, the first country I visited in SIDS was Fiji. Maybe that is also, that is when I heard for the first time that name SIDS. We visited the posts yesterday, and I can tell you what we are seeing, the efficiency we are seeing here. We saw it at the post office, and it is working very well. We had a number of discussions, and they took us around, and quite the services that we are talking about here that we want to implement, they have already started them. Of course, they have a few challenges here and there, as everybody else has talked about. And from our visit and discussion, we also agreed to give them some technical assistance just to enhance especially their e-commerce capabilities. And the UPU has given them some IT equipment, and in specific terms, we are giving them through our technical assistant budget 50 desktop computers. And we are also giving them a set of automated queue management system so that they can be able to improve on quality of service. So they'll be coming. What I have talked about will be delivered in coming days, and we are very sure that it is going to be put in good use. The other team that I want to thank is all the CEOs of the SIDS, the chairman and the leaders coming from the various SIDS postal organizations. Thank you very much for coming from far and wide to come and participate with us here. It has been very, very fruitful, and I'm sure everybody is going to move out of the Seychelles with a lot of knowledge, good contacts, which to follow up and make your business more worthwhile. So thank you very much, and it has been a pleasure to meet you. Actually, most of the CEOs of the SIDS don't even make it to our meetings in the UPU. So this has been a good opportunity to meet you, because unless we visit those countries, sometimes it's very difficult to meet the CEOs and sometimes even any delegate from those countries. So thank you very much for making it here. I'd also like to thank our partners, international and regional organizations that agreed to partner with us on this. And I think as you listened to the speakers, particularly from those organizations, you realized that not any one organization can be able to resolve or to solve the problems or the issues that the countries like the SIDS countries face So it's a collaborative effort, and all of us are trying to do the same thing, and the best way to do it is to do together, and that is what we are doing here. And if you listened to the presentations that were being made here, especially when it comes to the data and statistics, we more or less were sharing the same information, same data, mostly from the ITU, because we are talking digitalization here, and the most relevant data is the one of connectivity. I saw the ITU's data, and it was used by Africa Telecommunication Union. It was used by more or less everybody else here who talked about statistics. So I would like to thank the Africa Union Commission, the Africa Telecommunication Union, the ITU, and UNCTAD for partnering with us and being able to stay with us here and share their experiences and knowledge, and also show the postal world actually how maybe things are being done on the other side of the industry, which is the ICT. So thank you very much, and we look forward to working together even in your organizations. When you have these kind of forums, we'll be happy to partner with you and work with you. The other group I want to thank is the consultative committee. I think it has been talked about severally. The consultative committee is a wing of the UPU membership, which is composed of what we call, in quotes, private sector players. These are players that, because most of the people we deal with are government representatives, regulators, and the organizations we call designated operators. But we have recently opened the door to the private sector to be part and parcel of the UPU, because the world is changing, and we want to embrace this collaboration or collaborative way of working. And to achieve this, we want to bring on board everyone who is in this space of business or of the post. And therefore, the consultative committee has been very, very instrumental in these forums. Actually, I would like really to single out the consultative committee as partners who have been with us from the first forum, second forum, and this forum. And not just coming to speak to us about what is available in the market there, but actually they have been also doing lots of sponsorship to our forums. Whenever we have had meetings of this nature, they have been very beneficial to the postal organizations, because the postal organizations have always been, in the past, the main source of investment has been government, the shareholder of most of our postal institutions, and then, of course, international organizations that can give technical assistance have been very helpful. But now there's another chapter that has been opened, that we can do all that, but the really best way to be in business is to collaborate with other people who are doing business, do business together, make profits together, as they make money, you also make yours. And I think this has been another way of realizing that there's no limitation in the way we can operate and the way we can seek to better ourselves as operators. So I would like to thank very much the members of the consultative committee through the chairman Walter here, and say we are very grateful that you've been you moved along with us on these leaders forums very well, and we look forward to collaborating in future and in other forums, even beyond the leaders forum. As we continue to grow partners who we can work with, in this meeting we had representatives from the airlines, and for the postal world, airlines are very important stakeholders, because the post cannot function well without good transport, and actually air transport, because there's a lot of international mail moving all over the place, and we need this for the postal and logistics business. So thank you very much, the airlines, for finding time to also join this conversation, and I hope you found it useful for your business. At least I'm sure that the postal organizations have found it useful. I do take it that you found it useful, and we were just asking them that they can talk to Walter or Alex and see whether they can understand what goes on in the consultative committee, and perhaps join, because the consultative committee has various chapters, and I think there's a chapter that fits them. They can join and do business with the rest. Lastly, I would like to thank actually the team from the International Bureau of the UPU, led by our Deputy Director General, Marianne, for very, very hard work that has been going on, not just here, but in the planning of this event. Allow me just to name them, because they are not very many. We have Lati, Amadou. I think most of you know Amadou. He's the main coordinator of this forum, and I think most of you have met him. Then we have David and Kayla here, who has been organizing our discussions every day. Puran, Alex, Juan, Jocelyn, Tumaini, and Diodone. Those are the colleagues who have been with us here, and I hope they have been very helpful to you. Just for me to say, this has been a truly very, very collaborative event, and we do look forward to meeting you again. We shall be informing you of the next forums that are going to come up and in future. I think you've been given the form for evaluation of this forum, and one of the questions that is there is how often do you want to see this happening for SIDS? So we will go by what you say, and most likely if you say we meet annually or whichever frequency, we will consider and see whether we can adhere to this. So thank you very much, everybody, and it was a pleasure having you around here.
Thank you very much, Matua. Before we close out today, we do have a couple of special ceremonies. We'll take the advantage of being all together. First of all, to recognize the Seychelles Post. First to register on the new .post platform. So could I please ask perhaps our director of the PTC to give a small introduction about the certification.
Thank you very much, Kayla. So I don't think it'll be a small introduction. Sorry, everybody. I am inspired by Mr. Randall from Granada too, like the DDG. I had a little bit of his speech 2 nights ago in the evening. Of course, we were having coffee and tea. And I am very pleased that he took the floor to also repeat what he said that night. So as Kayla said, .post is, again, infrastructure. It is not, it has always been the core, and its concept is simply about replicating the trust that you provide physically online. And this has been a labor of love, actually, for quite some time. First launched in 2012, so way before when I was personally involved. And it was put together by the International Bureau and several posts and countries who wanted to move forward on this online space. So I like to say, as a UN body, the .post domain is unique. It has a governance group, the .post group, and a membership of 36 countries. So we invite you to join this group, because then you run this overall work. Now, what we have been working on since 2022 is what you see in front of you, the .post shared services platform. Because we felt it's one thing to have a domain, but it's another thing to have services on top of the domain. And we're very, very pleased to have the support from our members to move forward on this. Now, it's also about affordable services. So here, buying, for example, a domain, as mentioned by David yesterday, is between $200 to $200. And there are special prices, especially for our SIDS, our DCs and LDCs. The next point is, of course, the site itself. It's not listed there. Simply just point your browser to trust.post, and you will have access to the services. It's under its Pioneer program. Several have already embraced it. I always like to mention Ethiopia.post, who have moved very much in embracing the .post platform and its services. Talking about infrastructure, some basic things from our perspective we think we could help and is provided on this platform is email. So of course, a lot of you have gmail.com, you have your yahoo.com, and so your brand, your post is not seen when you're communicating with us and with your partners. So there are cheap and affordable services that you can purchase from this platform, less than $5,000 for maybe covering all your staff. And basically you then have very simple email platform to use, secure, can hold a significant amount of messages, and we strongly encourage you to look at this. So when we informed the Deputy Director General that Seychelles was the first to be registered, so the CEO from Seychelles Post, she has been very, very patient with us. She asked us for this almost a year ago, and we told her, please wait. The moment we announced it to her, she was the first to register. So we thank her very much, first of all, for her patience and the fact that she's moved forward very rapidly. So when the DDG heard this, he asked us to do something, and we're very, very pleased to prepare a certificate of honor to recognize Seychelles Postal Services, and we're very pleased to recognize the CEO, Ms. Mariella. Thank you very much. Back to you, Kayla.
Thank you, Lati. Of course, we want to recognize Mariella and the Seychelles Post with the actual certificate. So if Lati could please come to the stage with Mr. Oswald and Mariella, and we can have a photo of the certification. Perhaps we could turn off the screen. Thanks. If maybe I could just ask Mr. Oswald and Mariella to stay on the stage, because I believe the next item on our agenda is actually a special launching of a stamp competition for children in Seychelles. Okay. Just to give you a brief introduction, of course, 2024 marks the 150th anniversary of the UPU, and so Seychelles has marked this anniversary with a special competition where kids will be invited to design a commemorative stamp. So I think we'll just take a brief pause and then we'll give it to the DDG to give some opening remarks on the ceremony. Mr. Oswald, our Deputy Director General, to take the floor.
Apologies, dear friends. It happens when you want to please and to show respect. Actually, I forgot my speech while I was listening to you, dear guests and friends. As we come to the end of the SIDS 2024 Postal Forum, I would like to take this opportunity to underline the high quality of presentations, the innovative ideas and the positive outlook that have emerged from the fruitful discussion and that have taken place over the past 3 days. It was a remarkable experience for me. As leader in the postal industry, we bear the responsibility of ensuring the continuity of reliable postal services for generations to come. It is something of our heritage. Stamps remain an essential pillar of postal activity, helping to protect our cultural and social heritage and diversity. They commemorate objectives, show solidarity with great causes, and serves as witnesses to history. To commemorate the UPU's 150th anniversary, the Seychelles Postal Services has decided to celebrate this milestone by creating a new stamp. Mr. Metoki Masahiko, Director General of the UPU, and myself, and indeed the whole postal world fraternity, are extremely grateful to you, Seychelles Post. The stamp will be chosen following a drawing competition for secondary school students aged 14 to 17. The theme of the drawing competition is My Creole Culture, My Identity, with the aim of showing the valuable impact of Creole culture on the identity of the Seychelles Islands. I'm delighted to invite all young visionaries, dreamers, and artists to let their imagination run wild, to inspire and share with the world the richness of your history and culture, and therefore to officially declare open the competition of the Seychelles 2024 stamp issue. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, thank you, and we look forward to receiving all of the entries. I'm sure that they'll be very nice to have, and we appreciate this acknowledgement of the anniversary. And I think our very generous hosts have also prepared another surprise in honor of the UPU anniversary. So I would ask my colleagues at the Seychelles Post if it's ready to go. Could I please ask the Deputy Director General and Marielle to come back to the stage for the surprise? You can't have a birthday without a birthday cake. All right, maybe we could turn the screen off once more so that we could get a nice picture of Mariella and the Deputy Director General cutting the first slice of the cake. All right, I'll invite Mariella to take the floor. Thank you very much.
I didn't forget my speech, I just didn't prepare one. So I'm being put on the spot right now. What I would like to say is thank you to all the delegates who have traveled from very, very far to get here. Some people have traveled for 3 days to come here for 3 days, and now they have to go back. That's pretty determined and dedicated team of people to come here, so thank you. I would like to thank all the participants for their presentations, the panelists for their passion in their discussions. I love the one that said the post needs to be sexy. I can't remember what country that was from, but that was pretty inspiring. I hope that when we leave here, we take everything we've learned with us. We continue to keep in touch. We use each other as a support system because we obviously all have similar issues. We can set up WhatsApp group like we do with other postal forum leaders, where everybody can have someone to call upon when they're having when they're stuck for an answer. So I would like to thank the UPU for organizing this, the team of Seychelles Post Office for putting this together. We're a small team. It's been a lot of work, but I think it's brought the team together. It's been team bonding experience as well as everything else. And I would like to thank the government of Seychelles, the regulator, the PS of Trade, the Minister of Finance, for supporting us, for showing us that the post is important. Yes, there are challenges. There will always be challenges, but you've got to, think outside of the envelope to make it happen. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we close and move to lunch, there's just a few very important things. Of course, we have a whole cake here to eat, so that will be available for you at the dessert buffet. Please take a slice. We also wanted to let you know that our, again, very generous hosts have invited us to a gala dinner this evening. The pickup will be at 6 p.m. at your hotels, so please do be ready for that. And also for anyone who's going on the excursion tomorrow, anyone who's confirmed for that, the pickup is at 9 a.m. It is a 4-hour excursion. Any delegates who are traveling tomorrow should carry their bags before they go to their excursion, except for those who are traveling with Emirates. So everyone, please check out and have your bags, except for those who are traveling with Emirates. And the excursion participants will have lunch after the excursion at the Berjaya Hotel. So with that, I would say thank you. Thank you for your attention, and have a very nice afternoon and very safe trip home.